Hello. Hello to Alfie, Izzy and Harry and all my other viewers. Welcome to another stream, and apologies for the slight technical issue there. Yes, it's one of the many things I meant to do and didn't get round to, is getting my bot to actually use the flower that's a follower emote because it's not a subscriber. I suspect it might be a bit quiet today, especially for the first few minutes, because my Saturday streams have always started at 8:30, but I've decided to move it to 8 so that they're all consistent. So some people might show up half an hour in thinking they're catching the start of the stream and actually not. Dear, my hair doesn't look very good on this side, does it? I try my best. Let's put it back there. There we go. Let's see what flowers everybody has. We have sorrel for Harry. We have southern marsh orchid for Izzy. Scentless mayweed for Elfie.
Izzy_the_penguin just redeemed blow high for 300 points.
Izzy_the_penguin. Thank you so much. I have a bluebell, and yeah,
Izzy_the_penguin just redeemed show outfit for 300 points.
I really need to remember that I also have a wildflower collection in my bot, and it's disappointingly small compared to everyone else's because I never remember to actually do the redemption myself. Hello, Matcha. Thank you for redeeming a wild strawberry. Yes, Izzy. I should do those things, shouldn't I? It's possible LT Bago still thinks that we're starting at 8:30, so we'll see if more people show up then. And I might have to redo the outfit redeem, but let's get it done now. No. Outfit. This is not my favourite colour of jumper, but it's so cosy that makes up for it, I think. Well, yes. So wild strawberry does have a flower, Matcha. It has a nice little flower with white petals, and a sort of beige-coloured centre. But yes, I don't have an emote for the flower, but I do have an emote for the fruit. So yes, thank you, Matcha. The shark needed a louder scream. Yeah, Emma's voice is very limited in volume, especially at this time of day. That's the best I could do, I'm afraid. But here is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. We shall be holding him for a while here. There we go. So we have been playing Infinifactory. Quick recap on how the game's going so far. We were captured by aliens and forced to build factories for them. And then we were rescued by some rebels, and then somehow we ended up being forced to build factories for them instead. So I don't know what it is about us that just makes us the ones who have to build the factory. But that's what's been happening. So if I get that set up, we have the right game, we have the right camera, and we have sound. As always, let me know if the sound is to your liking, and if it is not to your liking, I will of course fix it. I believe we were having our camera up here because there's stuff down here. And the chat can go there. So last time we completed I've just covered it up, but it says the heist. That was the first world of the Resistance campaign. We completed that. We move on to Production Zone 1, where it looks like we're going to be unlocking another new block, which will be nice. And then maybe we'll get onto this last campaign this stream, but if we don't, then no worries, we can always finish it next week. Matt just says, Alexa, turn up the volume. Do you want the volume louder, Matcha? I'm happy to do that if you need, but just looking at where the game volume is, it's usually about where it is on other games, so I think I've got it about right. Easy says, and this is a good thing, not everyone should be a shout. Yeah, I can't really shout. I don't have a shouty voice. I have a... Like, I physically can't make my voice that loud. It's not just that I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to, but it's not just that. Thank you, Izzy, for backing me up on that one. So we start off here with this mission briefing.
Hello, new human. I am Salvatrus, the organizer of the Resistance. For centuries, the Overlords have been enslaving other species. You humans were not the first. You are a relatively new addition to their menagerie. Our ultimate goal is to gather reinforcements from our original homelands and return to defeat the Overlords once and for all. We recently started constructing a shipyard in orbit of a former Overlord mining outpost. There, we will build the ships that will take us to our native planets, assuming we are also able to develop a working skip drive. Though most of the outpost's natural resources have been stripped, there are still many metal deposits that we can use to construct the shipyard and the ships themselves. As you are well aware, we have purloined many assets from the Overlords, and so they are on edge. We need your factory building skills to wrap up construction
Thought you might need those
as quickly as possible. It's time to get to work.
Okay, so they would like us to, well, build ship to get us back to our home planet. That would be nice. Looks like we're going to be doing it piece by piece, which makes sense. So hull panels is our first level here, and we will be unlocking some sort of new block.
Hello, again. I wanted to introduce you to a newly developed tool, the laser. Our tools engineer, Ortis, who you may have met already, took the concept of the eviscerator and somehow made it far more dangerous. It should be useful in your work here.
Okay. We have a new, far more dangerous tool. That's reassuring. I noticed the game does seem to reset our available blocks every time we start a new world. We're always going to want certain blocks. So this is the new one, a laser. I guess it needs to be hooked up to a button to operate, because it looks, yeah, it's got those same things on to put conduits into. So something like that. And they say it's a more dangerous version of the eviscerator, so I'm I'm waiting to see in what way is it more dangerous. But what is this? Is this our product? Okay, this is our product. So we're we're just building a giant square. Well, two giant squares. Fair enough. Is this where? Oh wow, okay. We're literally just getting our raw material as a giant slab of a giant slab of metal, it looks like, that's slowly cooling on its way out. Yeah, we are in quite a quite an interesting place here. We have a giant statue of our alien overlords and some lava, because who doesn't love a giant lava pool? Hello, Ophelia. Thank you so much for the Snail Simulator stream last night. That was a lot of fun. And thank you also for redeeming your flower of the day. You have a bell heather. Yes, we will. All being well, there should be another Snail Simulator stream tomorrow, I believe, for anybody interested in that. And I know that Harry certainly is. We are continuing with this factory puzzle game, but we are in a new world and strange new things are happening, like this. I'm guessing what we need to do is use the laser that we've just unlocked to slice this. So let's see how that's going to work. We don't even need a conveyor belt, actually, because it seems to slide out of here on its own. How many? Okay, we need it to be 5 blocks wide. And I think that's the same height. So, yeah. If we were to cut it there, that would give us 5 blocks. So, is it just a case of stacking some lasers in order to cut it? I suppose the advantage of this over the eviscerators is that this can just be switched on and off, I guess, whereas the eviscerator you have to physically move it. So we would want to have button here. Is that going to work the way I think it will? And then once it's split off from this, it will need a conveyor, of course. Oh wow, okay, it actually does blast lasers at the thing. We don't... No, yeah, this laser keeps going off because this keeps passing in front of the button, so we need to move it this way first. But it doesn't do that. So is this all we need to do? I suppose it's an introductory puzzle. Move it over. Like that. Yes. Oh, hang on, no. This I've really just realised this one on the left is a different size. Okay, yes. So we are making these giant sheets, but we also need to make one this size. And I think I can see a way to do that. What we would need to do is... Oops. We have one here. Let me swap these over to have them back how they were before. There we go. If we do this, then one of them is going to wait here for the next one to come. And then when that happens, we can push the one behind out to here. And then I suspect we can just remove the material we don't want. See if that works. So that one will wait there until this one comes along. And then this one will get pushed out. Yes, okay. We need a 3x3. So we don't need here. I'm not sure if we can just use regular eviscerators now or if we have to use lasers. Let's find out. Hello Piper, welcome in. It was great to have you with us in Snail Simulator last night, Piper. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. You have a Shining Cranesbill. Shining Cranesbill flower is a little bit like the sub badge for the 1 month subs. We don't have any 1 month subs here at the moment. Everybody's subbed longer than that. But yes, it's a lovely little pink flower. Piper says, "Was very nice. Hope you are well." I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. But yes, it was lovely having you with us on our little snail adventure yesterday. We did. I think we all eventually managed to get into the into Snail and find the developer's desk. It's a while since we've had one of those. We don't even have LT. The one time I needed a mod, LT Vago isn't here. Never mind. We Snail next time again, maybe tomorrow. I think Ophelia may be planning a stream tomorrow. We'll have to see. But okay, there we go. So all I've done to make the 3x3 sheet is take a second 5x5 sheet and just cut half of it off. Because that seems to be the simplest way to solve the puzzle. We are wasting quite a lot of material, but that's we're not being sent the bill for how much material we use, so I think that's okay. Let's just speed this up now. Okay. Piper says, I have to sit a bit in the background, lurk a bit for now. Next ad break, you'll be back. Ah, you're watching TV show. Okay, that's fine. Thanks for dropping by, Piper. That's a point, actually. What happens if I increase the input rate on this level? Because it's not working like a normal level. Okay. My only options are +0 or max, or to slow the rate down. Okay, so what does max look like? Okay, max, it literally comes out continuously. By the way, I realise the eviscerator noise is awfully loud compared to all the other noises. It is a bit of a bug in this game. If you stack up multiple eviscerators, it just plays the same noise, but like if you've got 10 of them, the noise will be 10 times as loud. I'll try and avoid using them for the rest of the game if I can. So actually, yeah, that is actually much faster doing it that way. Which is interesting. So that was our new block, the laser. No, it sounds, they're all very satisfying sounds. It's just that one is louder than me talking, which is not great audio balance for the stream. Lasers, like eviscerators, are used to destroy blocks. They are sensor triggered and have an infinite range. They were invented by Ortis, a resistance resistance tools engineer with a penchant for the excessive. Okay. So, I guess, yeah, we're building 6 more ship parts, and then we have mission conclusion. Although that's not the end of the game, because then there's this. So, let's continue with central axis support, whatever that is.
Hey, I'm watching over you and a few other engineers in case something happens. Like if the overlords make an appearance, or you fall into a pit.
Hey, I heard that.
Yeah, we are. We're sort of doing this under the nose of our alien overlords, who presumably quite like this place because they have giant statues of themselves scattered around it. It's quite atmospheric. Oops, I flew out of range. Whoops, let's not do that again. But yeah, it's quite an atmospheric place, almost like Snail Hell that we were in yesterday. All very full of lava. Anyway, what's the puzzle we're supposed to be solving? Okay, this looks like where our ingredient. Right, we have a solid block of steel coming out now, instead of just a sheet, and we need to make this. Okay, so it's like a block with the edges trimmed off, and also a hole through the middle. The hole's going to be interesting, actually. Wonder how we're going to do that. So it's 5 by 5, and then we trim off all the edges and corners. Hopefully this is also 5 by 5. Yes, it is. Okay. So let me actually go ahead and put the input rate up to max immediately, because it might as well be. If we output a 5 by 5 block from here. Love the molten details as much. Yeah, I like the way that the block is sort of slowly cooling as you bring it out. That's quite a nice touch. We need a 5 by 5 block. I'm going to make this 6 by 5 just so that I'm not directly against this wall. And then when it gets to 5, we want to trigger some lasers here to cut off a 5 by 5 by 5 cube. Leave it going for long enough, it will break the walls. I don't think I'm allowed to go far enough out to see what happens. Yeah. This is as far out as I can go. Well, it seems to keep going forever. I don't think it's actually breaking the wall though. I think the game's just deleting it when it gets too long. Oh well. So what we need to do here is chop off a 5 by 5 cube and then bring it this way. There we go. That is a 5 by 5 by 5 cube. We might as well go ahead and trim off some of the corners while we're at it, to be honest. So we can put extra lasers in here. Actually, yeah, we need the laser to be here because this is one of the corners. So we'll have to have the button here. And then have an extra line there. And there's also going to be a laser in this corner. And then we need a laser in the middle. Which will be there. Okay. Does that work? No. There's no wire pointing to this laser, so that's not going to work how we want it to. I suppose I can just put all the wires at the back, actually. That's probably a better way of doing it. And then like that. Okay. Oops. Let's see if this gives us the shape we want. Ooh, do not look at laser with remaining eye. Okay, the problem is I'm trying to pick up the cube using this block here, but this is one of the blocks that gets lasered off, so that's not going to work. We need to pick it up from the middle. There we go. Okay, so we've sort of made the shape we want, except we've only made it in one direction. We need to do the same thing, but the other way on? I wonder, is it as simple as just rotating the cube? We have these rotators. If we rotate the cube and then fire the same lasers again, that should do it, I think. Let's see what that does. Oh yeah. Don't let it fall off the conveyor because then the wrong pieces get lasered off. But I think we're making progress here. So it's these pieces here vertically looking down. We also need to laser off these corners. We're not doing that yet. If we look top down, yeah, we're not getting rid of the corners. I think we can get rid of the corners with this same setup. Wait, no. Can you point a laser down? I don't think you can you? Okay, if we can't point lasers up or down, that makes things more difficult. But I assume not, because the welder can be pointed up or down, but it has a separate block, and so does the sensor. The laser, we've only got one. Okay. Blocks still fall so gracefully. They do match it, you're right. Yeah, how on earth are we going to get rid of the side pieces? Because we can't use a laser. If the lasers are horizontal, we can't use a laser to do that, because the laser would be horizontal, so it would either go through this whole thing or through this whole thing. We only want it to take out the one block. So I guess we have to use an eviscerator. How is that going to work? Okay, this puzzle is more difficult than the other one for sure. Can we just have like a series of corners? Let's say for example we bring it to here. Then we want to take off this corner. We could just do that with like 3 of these. Yeah. The trick is then we would need to bring it away. I'm wondering if the easiest thing to do might be to drop it down and eviscerate it on the way down, because it needs to come down to finish the level. Yeah, let's try that and see if that works. So we'll bring this out to, I guess, like, we can just bring it out. We might as well bring it to like where it needs to be, which is here. And then drop it down to a platform here. I know I've got all this space to work with and I'm building my own platform over here instead, but the problem is I don't want to move it off the line of the lasers, because then it would be cut in the wrong place. So that's where it'll land. That actually needs to be one further back. And on the way down, we need to cut out some corners. That will increase your block usage, says Matcha. Yes, it will. I'm not particularly trying to optimize that at the moment. I'm just trying to solve the levels. But you're right. In future, I might go back and try to optimize block usage as well. I'm just trying to visualize which blocks it is I need to cut out now. I think it's that one and that one. And the same on the opposite side. So if I make this into a ring, 5 blocks across in the middle. Like that. And it's also this one. Oops. And this one. And then when it lands down here, I need to conveyor it. Okay. But you need to pick it up one higher than that, which is going to be there. Okay, I can delete these blocks now, actually. This was just as a guide to see where I was going to place things. So there we are. If you're worried about my block usage, you need worry no more. Right, let's see if that even works. So it's, yeah, that works, and then, yeah. As it comes along here, it's going to keep getting lasered. We just have to make sure that it drops down between the laser pulses. Ah, right, yeah. If the laser fires at the wrong time, the whole thing doesn't work. Also, I've noticed another problem. Because it's got a sort of lip on this side, it falls down one block, and then it slides for a bit, and then it falls down again. So that's not going to work. We would actually need blocks here. Would that work? Oh, not there. Here. Yes, now it falls down cleanly. Okay, so the only issue now is the lasers are firing at the wrong time. Can we get away with dropping it down earlier? So there the laser goes, and then we probably want to drop it down immediately. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, we're going to have to rebuild this, but further back. But that's okay. So one of those, a bunch of these. That. Another one of those. And last one of those. And then we figured we had to put conveyors on here. Like that. And then delete that. And then we can get rid of all this. And now this conveyor is in completely the wrong place. Let's just see if it works first of all. So the idea is it falls down between laser zaps so that, yeah, we don't cut off anything we don't want to. Now I'm pretty sure this is the right object. That looks like that. Okay. So now we just need to get it there. Like that. Is this good enough? Oh, okay. It stops before the end because the conveyor doesn't push it all the way in, but that is the right object. I will just fix this by pushing it all the way in. Actually, no. This won't work now. This won't work because we've cut off the corners. How do we conveyor it all the way in? Because every single edge piece has been removed. Okay, there might actually not be a good way to do that. We might just have to rely on the block behind it, pushing it into the output. And it still works. Max says, short back, what do you produce there? Little lemmings again. We're producing this, whatever this shape is. Actually a fairly straightforward level when we got the hang of it. Just some lasers and some eviscerators. Okay, yeah, so people have got it faster, and I am at max input rate, so people have figured out how to not have to wait for the block behind to push it in. That was not our fastest block score, though, our lowest possible block score. So Matra is right, I'm using too many blocks. Let me just show the complete solution to Hyper. So we get this big block coming out, and then we laser a hole in it, as well as cutting the sides off. And then we rotate it, and then we do the same thing again. We laser another hole in it, and we laser the sides off again. Then we drop it in here to cut off the corners, like that. And we end up with this shape, which fortunately is the shape we were supposed to be making. So I guess it's sort of a more advanced laser-based level. Okay. Some kind of milling machine. Yes, I'm not sure. It says central axis support, which is awfully vague. Docking clamp appears to be the next thing. So what does one of those look like? Ooh, okay. Yeah, these shapes are getting pretty sophisticated now. Look at all this. So, okay, yeah, we've got a sort of fork shape in the middle, 4 bits sticking up, and then a flat sheet at the bottom. And what do we have to make this out of? Ah, okay. We're making all of this out of just a sheet. So yeah, this is a much more advanced one. We're going to have to do some sticking together of materials as well as slicing them up, because this is all we've got to work with. So the most interesting part actually will be how do we make the bottom of it, because that's a horizontal slab and we're only getting a vertical slab out of our machine, unless there's something else coming out of here, but I don't think there is. No, there's nothing around the back except a giant alien statue. So, okay, let's see. First of all, I'm going to put the input rate up again, because this might as well come out continuously. And what do I usually do on one of these levels? I think I would want 5, yeah, 5 by 5, so 25 blocks worth of material for the bottom, plus some like 8 blocks for these bits, and then plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for this fork thing. So I'm thinking this is basically made out of 2 types of thing. You've got 1 by 5 horizontal pieces like this. You could use 5 of those to make the bottom, and then 1 to make the middle. And then these 1 by 2 bits, you could use 6 of them, 2 here and 4 around the corners. And then there's just this 1 extra block. So I'm wondering about doing it like that. And I'm wondering if we literally just want to have a laser here, continuously slicing it in half. So if we do that, then what we get is we can use this bottom bit to build up horizontal sections, and we can use this top bit to build up vertical sections. That's what I'm thinking. And then that simplifies things because we just have this laser firing continuously to split it up for us. Manchester says, what a weird shape, next it will spell Gurchy. I'm hoping I don't have to spell words in this game. That does sound rather difficult. What I want to do now is, when I've extruded 5 blocks worth from the bottom here, I want to cut it off and have just the 5 come out separately. So let's put that there and that there. And I guess also have a conveyor here. Is that going to do what I want? Yes, okay. So that's going to give us these horizontal blocks. We can make 5 of those into the bottom of our object and put a 6th one to one side to make this fork thing. We'll have to decide how we're going to make the fork thing later. Lurk again, Piper, no problem. Thank you for dropping in and out. I'm thinking if we actually need 6 of these, maybe we can just accumulate 6 of them here. And all but the first one we can weld together. So we can put a welder here. It's a while since I had to use the welder. Put a welder there. There. So that gives us a sheet of 5 of them welded together, plus an extra one. And at the point that it reaches here, we can push it out, and also need to push this one out as well. So let's get a pusher here, and then I guess we need a wire between those and a button there to detect it. Okay. And then conveyors. Does this work? Oh, I suppose this is something I didn't actually check. So the lasers don't destroy my own factory. I can shoot a laser at this wire and it doesn't destroy the wire. I suppose I should have checked that first. But yes, that does spit those out, which is what I wanted. And then, while that's happening, we need to be making stuff out of this top part. We actually only need it to be 2 blocks tall, not 3. So I might just laser off the top row as well, just so that this is now 2 blocks high, because that's what we need. And we need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess 7 1x2 pieces, because one of them will become this later. So we extrude this until we have enough material to make 7 of them. Making the material laser resistant benefit in the end. Yes, this laser is powerful enough to cut through solid steel, an entire block thick. But fortunately this little tube seems to be impervious to it, which is nice. We would be a bit stuck otherwise. We're going to want to slice this up. So if I arrange to have a series of lasers, and we need to leave a gap here because we can't have those lasers interfere with this mechanism. Actually no, we can have it on the other side, then we don't need to leave a gap. And we need 7. Yeah, we need 7 parts, which means we need 8 lasers because we need to have 2 lasers either side. So actually, no, we need 7. Yeah, because the original bit will be here. Yeah, we need 7 lasers. They all need to go at once, so we can link them together with wires like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hello Ren, welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for deeming a cat's ear as your flower of the day. Soft and furry leaves. 29 flowers. That's a lot of streams you've been to, Ren. Lurking once again, no problem. We are continuing with Infinifactory. After we escaped from our alien captors who are forcing us to build factories, we are somehow still building factories for the human resistance. Hope the cat is okay. Yes, no cats were harmed in the making of Cat's Ear. It's just a plant with very soft, furry flowers. You find this game fascinating to watch? Yes, well, I certainly find it fascinating to solve these levels, Ren, so I'm glad you enjoy watching it. I realise it's not everyone's cup of tea, but personally, I like this sort of game, and it's my stream, so I'm going to play them every now and then, just because I enjoy it. Right, okay. That activates the top lasers. We need another wire. Ah, okay. We can't put a wire there because that would touch that wire. We can activate the bottom lasers like this. Okay. In fact, we can do that there. Right, then we need something to catch these pieces once they've been sliced off. So we actually probably want to have... we need to have pushers as well, I think. Actually, no, that's not true. We don't need pushers. We can use conveyors, I think. Yeah, because if I put a conveyor here, That's not actually going to convey this because it's going to be stuck to the front still. So the conveyor will only operate once the lasers are fired, so that's okay. Actually, this should be a conveyor as well. And that should give us 7 1x2 pieces from this block every cycle, and that's the exact number we need to produce our output block. So it's convenient to get them all at once like this. We could make this shorter and just produce them one at a time, but this way we know that each batch is the right number that we need. So this is going to come out, and then as soon as it touches that end, the lasers will fire. Yeah, and then we get 7 little blocks. And actually, yeah, one of those blocks needs to be only 1 block tall, which is this one that's going in the middle here. So we can perhaps, yeah, we could probably do that directly. Just say that this last one here is the one that's only 1 block. And just have a laser cut off the top of it. Like that. Yeah, okay. We've got 1 little block and 6 big ones. So now we have to figure out how we're going to put this all together. So if we bring... I guess the next thing we want to do is make 3 of these sort of U shapes. Oh, actually, yeah, if we make 3 U shapes, we can't stick the floor together in one operation. Okay, yeah, let's remove this then. Have this instead. Yeah, we'll have to stick these together later. We'll just, yeah, bring these out one at a time for now. So each U shape is going to be 2 of the vertical things and 1 of the horizontal things. So what we would want to do, I think, is... If I get just move this out the way for now. We'll do something with it later. Need to arrange to drop these in the correct places. So if we bring these through here, like this. First one can just be there, second one can be here, third one can be here. Hello Liari, welcome in. We're playing a little bit more Infinifactory. I hope you are having a lovely weekend. As always, Much appreciate you being here. Even if, like some of my viewers, you don't quite understand this game. I don't always necessarily understand it myself either. It has occurred to me that we don't actually have space here to make the object because it needs to be 3 blocks tall, which means these conveyors are going to be in the way of removing the object. So I think we'll actually need to make it down here where we have more space. So let's go ahead and just drop these over the side first of all. And then push them, I guess, into here. Actually, we can, because the top one does actually need to be higher up than that. We can make the top one. Where does the top one need to be? That level. Okay, let's do that. So push them out here, and then 1, 2, 3. Matcha says, who will be walking up those stairs when we can fly? That is a very good point, Matcha. These levels do have a lot of stairs in them, which don't really get used all that often, because we can just fly. We have a jetpack, apparently, in the game. But yeah, in practice, it's just like sort of creative mode. You're just flying around. So what I need to do is arrange for 3 of these to be lined up here, and for these 6 1x2 pieces to drop onto this area, such that they form the corners of the pieces. So one there, one there. Oops. Best to have this one come round actually. One there. One there. One there. There. And there. Conveyor belts can't fly, so we also need to fix that. There. This is going to be a lot bigger than any of the machines we've built so far. Okay, so we have all the right pieces. It's just taking this bottom piece slightly too long to get here. Oh, we don't need to push it this way. That's unnecessarily slowing it down. We could instead push it the other way. Starting to get to the point where it's hard to actually edit the factory because there are blocks in the way. So bring you out here, and down to here, and then down to there. Oops, okay. Floating conveyor belts are still not a thing. So, okay. Do these actually get here before the things fall on top of them. No, they don't. Okay, but you see the shape we're trying to make? We're trying to make this U shape. And we're more or less getting there. Who will be walking up these stairs when we can fly, says Matcha. Yeah. Good point. Maybe the alien overlords can't fly? I've not seen one of them with a jetpack on. It would seem strange that they would give us jetpacks if they didn't use them themselves, but maybe they can't fly and therefore they need to use the stairs. Yeah, the problem I've got is just the timing of this whole thing is not quite working. Otherwise it's close. I'm just wondering, do we just like... We can tell the laser to fire at any time we want, just by making this longer. And then we could just remove the section we don't need with more lasers. Like, this isn't an efficient solution, but it's a solution that gives us an excuse to use more lasers, which means it's probably a good solution, or at least a fun solution. I can actually just put lasers all down the back, wires all down the back. And I don't need these top wires. That's quite a lot of lasers we've got now. But if we do this, we can delay when these blocks arrive. So that might be the answer. As I say, it's not an efficient way of doing it, but it's a way of doing it. And we have got all this space available, so I suppose we might as well. Hello, Orange Triangle. Haven't seen you for a while. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. We are playing a little bit of Infinifactory, which is a factory building game, which is surprisingly difficult in the later stages. We're in some of the last levels of the game now, and the objects that we need to assemble in our factory are getting quite complicated. We need to make this 3D shape, and all the game gives you in order to make that shape is this continuous sheet of metal, which I then have to chop up and stick back together into the correct shape. So I don't know how much fun it is to view, but it's certainly been a lot of fun to play. And we are almost assembling the correct shape here now. Okay, literally like this is coming one block early. You wouldn't call it a sheet, more like a slab. Fair enough, yes, okay, this slab of metal. We are getting close to having the correct shape assembled down here. We do need to figure out how we're actually going to weld the thing together. I think we can just get away with having welders on each of these corners. Like this. That will stick the base to the top. And if we put an additional welder here, that should stick the bottom sections together. Okay, not quite the right shape, but we're getting there. still issue with the timing of when the blocks fall down. The problem is these 6 blocks are all falling down at different times because all their conveyors are different lengths. Maybe there's a better way to approach this. I'm not sure. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more this isn't going to work. Much as I... Because I still haven't figured out how to weld that fork-shaped piece in the middle. Much as I'm reluctant to rip all this out, I think I might have to. Yeah, it's definitely going to be another stream to complete this game, I think. What I'm thinking we do instead is... instead of trying to make a set of these all at once, we just make one at a time. Which means, unfortunately, getting rid of this massive set of lasers we've made in favour of just a small number of lasers. Which is a shame because lasers are cool. More lasers is usually better. But what I'm thinking is, if we just have one here, Orange Triangle says, by the way, you still have the Anagrams point reward, a remnant from when you played Scrabble. So the Anagrams game, Orange Triangle, is not a Scrabble game. It is a separate program that I wrote, where viewers can solve anagrams on screen. People are still welcome to redeem that if they would like to play it. Nobody has wanted to play it, but anybody who wishes to play it is still welcome to use the channel point reward, so I don't intend to get rid of it at the moment. Yeah, if I just do this, I still get the stream of blocks, they're just coming out a different direction. So I might do that. So, combining those two things together. Oops, gravity is a thing. That should give us, okay, yeah. That gives us a stream of long pieces and a stream of short pieces. And I think that might be better. Yeah, then we can start making U-shapes with some of them. If we tell this machine to split the stream of pieces in two, send half of them to be used to make U-shapes and half of them to be used to make just as ground. Let's try that. So we'd need a pusher here. Oops. Despite having a jetpack, sometimes I still fall off the level, apparently. That's not going to work. Why does that not work? Oh, because there's a conveyor down there. What's that doing down there? There we go. Okay. Orange Triangle says, I don't think you can make the target structure with just long and short pieces. You'd need 6 longs and 6.5 shorts. Yeah, so the idea is we make these 2 types of piece, and then at the end we just lop one of the short pieces in half to make that bit. I did start off having a dedicated lane for just making 1 block pieces, but I don't think it's necessary. And the problem with doing that is you have to build this massive machine that has 7 lanes to have 6 lanes for short pieces and 1 lane for the half-size piece. And I think it's going to be easier to just cut one of the pieces in half later. Right, what was I doing? Yes, here I want to have a button here, I think. What this is going to do is it's going to split the long pieces into 2 separate lanes. So yeah, these pieces are not joined together, it's just 2 separate pieces. And then we use half of them to make the U shapes and half of them not to make the U shapes. Let's actually put this here, so the 2 are not touching each other. Like that. Right, yeah, so now we've got those. And then the half that makes U shapes can be on this side because we've got more space this side. And you can probably just make them right here. If we do that and then bring this one down here. And have a button here attached to a pusher here. What that will do is cause both, because the problem I was having before was with timing, where all the pieces would arrive at different times. If I do this, the 2 short pieces should both drop down at the same time. Okay, they're dropping down too early, but they did both drop down at the same time. What if we put a block here? Make them wait. No, they're still getting there too fast. Okay. I wonder if we do actually need to reduce the input rate. Like, maybe just the machine is working too fast for its own good. Yeah, I'm reluctant to do this because it means my solution isn't going to score as well, but I'm going to turn the input rate down to 0. So now the blocks don't come out as fast. But that gives us more time to arrange things, I think. So now I should be able to put a delay into this line by having a block there. And have that delay actually work. We need 2 delays, I think. 0 input rate is like the default, so I don't feel too bad about doing that. Okay. It's still taking too long to get there. Maybe we should try and assemble them here rather than waiting for the piece to come all the way over. Let's try that. It's occurred to me I can actually just move this whole thing over. I'm not sure why I started with it here. We could just do this. Put this conveyor here. And then button here. I think that works. Yeah, that works. Okay, that probably works better. And then do this. Okay, it's still one block over from where it should be. We could actually just laser an extra piece off here, that would still work. Might not be the best way to do it. Those aren't going to get there in time, so we still need a delay, which I've put here. We could have another delay here. Eventually we'll get enough delay into the top part that it actually syncs up with the bottom part. I think it's just that the top part is too fast, but like I don't see another way of. You've got like 5 blocks of material, and you need like say I'm cutting it here to get a 1 high block, and then I've got this left, so I've got to cut that there to get a 2 high block. There isn't any way to get more 1 high blocks out. I don't know. We could just send these on a magical journey. Like this. It's technically a way of doing it. We'll need to push her here. Press the wrong. The perils of having a shark in front of you. You keep pressing the wrong buttons. Button here. That comes forward. This would need to be here. Yeah, feels like this level is a sudden ramp up in difficulty, I have to say. I've not been... The rest of the levels I've at least sort of been able to visualise a solution and then work towards it in logical steps. This time I'm definitely struggling to come up with the right solution, which is fine, I don't mind that. It's probably not very exciting to watch though, but nobody really watches my Saturday streams since I stopped doing Scrabble anyway. Okay, that does make a U shape, so that might be good enough. If I put 2 welders here, can I get a stream of U shapes to come out? that way. Sort of. There's extra blocks coming out. We are making U-shapes in a production line, which is something. There should be more flat pieces coming out of here. Why is that not working? Half the flat pieces should be coming this way. Oh, I forgot to move this forward, that's why. Yes, we do need to do that. Okay, yeah, half of them are coming this way. The other half should be getting made into U shapes. Yeah, we're just making too many of these. We're making too many of these top bits and not enough of the bottom bits. I suppose we could just drop half of them off the side. What if we laser away 2 for every 1 that we push out instead of 1-to-1 ratio? That would make fewer of them, which might do it. We would need this around the back now. Button here. Right. We should now have far fewer of... Oh, but except it stops here and then it gets lasered, so we're actually making none of them now. Whoops. Okay, don't park the piece there where it's going to get lasered by the lasers. Okay. Yeah, now this delay can be smaller, I think. Yeah, okay. No, we're still making too many of them. Or we just need more delay. I mean, it sort of works. As I say, there's these extra pieces that we don't want. We need to get the ratio correct. Let's think about this a moment. So for every 10 blocks we extrude... Yeah, we extrude 10 blocks to get 2 5s. And we want to put 2 of them on here. Like that. So we only need 2 blocks up here for every 10 blocks extruded. Which means 5-to-1. So if we make this, but we need that extra 1 block, so if we make this 4, that might work. If we make this 4, and then we need to figure out how we're going to save that 1 block at some point. So 4 lasers here. And then button. And then, no, but not button there. Button here. Come conveyor now needs to be here. And I'm just going to preemptively put some blocks here so we don't accidentally laser the stuff that we want to keep. Okay, this should actually now be producing it in the correct ratio, so we shouldn't need any delays. So we should just be able to do that. Okay, somehow not still. Can you get rid of that dumb statue? Asks Matcha Catcher. No, unfortunately, if I try and fly over there, the game tells me I've flown out of bounds and resets my position, and tells me not to do it again. So the answer is no, unfortunately. Harry is not happy about this. Okay, yeah, we're still reducing them slightly too fast. We might have a solution to that, though. Just thinking that I still need to save that extra one to make the middle fork. Yeah, see, they're coming just slightly too fast. And every so often, an extra one comes out and gets stuck in here. Other than that, the machine is working pretty well to make the shape I want. Yeah, it's consistently making the shape, except... is it every 3? Yeah, every 3 it drops one of these in. We do want an extra piece every 3. It's just we don't want it to be stuck on the same track. So, how do we make that not happen? Where is that extra piece going? Oh, it's because they dropped down? We can probably just eject it from this conveyor at the right moment. Simpler than trying to solve the problem properly. Piper says, back again, thought there were good Saturday night shows, but you were wrong. Sorry to hear that, Piper. I'm afraid I don't know the state of German television in order to confirm or deny that. There we go. Right, yeah, so the extra piece is just going to get sent this way, and while we're at it we can chop the top off as well, because we only need it to be 1 block high. So we should make 3 forks plus well, that's 2. But excuse me, what are you doing? Oh, these are stuck. Right, yeah, okay, that won't happen when we've fixed it. I think we're making all the pieces we need now. The tricky bit is going to be sticking them together, of course. So we have 3 forks, 1 of these, and then some flat pieces. So the thing we've got to be aware of is we can't weld this 1 block into place on this when this sheet is already done, because there'd be nowhere to point the welder. So we have to weld it to this bottom piece, or there's one thing. So what I think we want to do is we want to queue up 3 of these fork pieces, I think. So that's going to be 15 blocks. 5, 10, 15. We should just about have space to do this before we reach the output. And then push them off. And this end piece is triggered. Which actually need to be here. Should allow us to accumulate 3 of them and then do something once we get all 3. Yeah, like that, except that's not how wires work. Let's go over the top. First one can just drop down here. Piper says, hope the productions is running good. Honestly, we're struggling a bit with this level. But we might still manage it. Yeah, so first one goes there. We'll make this one, the end one, go on this end. And the middle one, we just need to drop down in the middle. I think we're at the right height. We can drop it. Yeah, if we've got a block here and well, if we've got a flat sheet here and a block here, we can just slide the fork into place on top of that block. Will that work, or do we have to actually drop it down? Ah, no, I think we have to actually drop it down. Okay, this all needs to be 1 block higher then. Unfortunately, there's no sort of copy and paste move tool in this game. If you realise something's 1 block too high or low, you do just have to rebuild it in the right place, which is fine. Doesn't usually happen. So yeah, that will allow us to drop it into place. This one still just falls off, so that's fine. This one comes this way. This little block that we made earlier needs to drop down right into the middle. Now, can we actually? No, we can't weld it there. Okay, in that case it needs to come over here and get welded with one of these pieces. So this pusher should actually push the opposite direction, because we want to send it over this way. suppose it doesn't matter what side the button's on either, actually. The button could be this side. So button there, these here. We just need this to actually not fall down. Okay, yeah, it's stuck to the conveyor. Yeah, it won't fall down. We'll bring this here. Then we need to take three of the things coming along this line and drop 2 of them into this location and this location. Weld this block onto the third one and drop it in the middle. So we can actually do with this line being higher. I'm actually going to use a lifter. I've been trying to avoid using lifters because they sort of add complexity. But for just one block, if we lift it, that's going to make things easier, I think. Because then we can drop it into place. So we'll want to queue up, preferably in line with this. Actually no, preferably in line with the edge of this. 5, 10, 50. Haven't quite got room for 15 because this conveyor needs to be here. Otherwise it doesn't come out. Okay, 5, 10, 15, gonna be one here. We want the middle one to have this block welded to it. So we're almost in the right place with this thing. We just need to have it be here instead. We could almost do with this whole assembly being out of the way of where we want to drop things in. I'm going to move it back a bit. To say here. There. Lifter goes here. I might lift it slightly higher as well, so we'll put the upside down conveyor there. And the right way up conveyor there. So that's where it will be lifted to. Then we're free to push these blocks out this way, I think. And we need to drop it there, so we can bring it along. And drop it, and this conveyor will be out of the way of everything else. We can have a welder here. Stick it on. Okay. Then we do the same arrangement for these that we did down here for this. So we have a button at this end, then a pushers here and here. We have to go behind this welder. This actually needs to be a conveyor. That. Okay. Then this wire is going to be in the way. Can we fix that somehow? Maybe we can work around that. It's annoying I didn't... I should have made this whole thing one block further over. I think it probably is worth moving it. Sorry guys, I know this is not the most exciting stream ever, but I want to solve these puzzles. Even if it takes me the whole stream to do it, I would like to solve it. There. And there. And there. Right, I think I've moved the whole thing over. Yeah, so now this can come past and not get in the way. We want to drop this down here and put it there. This one needs to come. It's just this conveyor is in the way now. Yeah, getting these shapes past each other is surprisingly difficult. That is the challenge here. We have all the right pieces. It's just actually getting them into the same place without them running into each other. Because these... the pieces that are coming along here are going to be 3 blocks tall. Yeah, so this piece will come in here, that's fine. But it's how the other pieces get in. Do I have to use a lifter? Maybe I have to use a lifter. No, I can't. If I assemble this any lower, I then have to lift up the final product, which isn't really any better. Could I maybe just move the whole assembly down? Assemble it here instead. Yeah, I'm going to try assembling it right at the end. Just because that gets rid of the issue of how to get these over the top of these, because we won't have to anymore, I think. If we assemble it down here instead. So we still want 15 blocks here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. But if we push them this way... no. If we push them this way, it needs to be one further away from there so that we can fit them on, but that's okay. It's actually not that bad to do. Put something like this in here and it will go further away. Don't need that there anymore. We still want our arrangement with a button at the end. And a conveyor here. And then 5 blocks and another button. 5 blocks, another button. Pushers. Actually, I've just realised that every time I make one of these, I can just use cables instead of these blocks, and then I can just run the cable underneath. Not sure how I didn't see that before. And then the one at this end, like this. And the one at this end will come like this. So. Maybe does it need to be another block? No, we can bring it like this. Just gonna run it. Okay, just checking that this mechanism is working because I didn't actually test it yet. This to drop that on there. Okay, it's not. The timing is wrong, but it is. That mechanism is working in principle. That needs to be a. The only issue is, are we getting 3 of these come in before that block gets here? We are. Okay. Yeah, that's not actually working because of timing once again, which is annoying. We can probably just delay. And then it works. Four, 5 there. Don't need any of this. Yeah, this is a real step up in complexity compared to everything that's come before it, which is a little bit surprising. Like, not that the things are getting more complicated, but the jump from the previous levels to this one is quite big, I think. Just trying to time all of this is very difficult. Like, that still isn't right. It was just slightly too late. If we push it the other way, we can save a few sort of game ticks, I guess. The answer. actually... Yeah, in order to get the block here faster, we could not lift it as high, but do the welding differently. Hello, Muse. Thank you for redeeming Blowhigh. I am already holding the Blowhigh, but I guess that ensures that I'll continue holding it. So fair enough. Thank you. Two, three, four. Yeah. Once again, I should be running cables under these things because it doesn't get in the way then. Hold the penguin as well. No, much. Right, hang on. This isn't going to work now, is it? Because I was thinking I could weld from the top. I can weld the top piece from the top, but I can't weld the bottom piece from the top. I could put a welder here, like that. But that wouldn't help for welding the other piece. So we definitely, yeah, we need to go over the welder. There's no other way to get the piece there. I think that's the issue. So welder there, and then the other welder can be on top. Top welder. Actually, no, it can't, can it? At what point do I just say this level is impossible? Can I do something silly here? Like, if I just bring this, I have to test if this even works. If I bring this and then, oh, where was it? There. And then lift it here. Then push this. Because this would be forced up. There'd still be no welder. I could attach. Yeah, I could attach a welder to the pusher. Yeah, I could attach a welder to the pusher. Like that. So as it gets pushed over, it gets welded. That might be how to do it. This would still need to be... No, this would still need to be lifted a bit. So... Still need to be lifted that far. And then we would bring it... We would bring it onto a lifter. So it would, and then have a block above it. So it would hover in place until we're ready to use it. Would be the idea. And then when we push this forward, we actually push the welder in and weld it. And then, because this is longer, we can have like a block here to pick it up with. I'm probably overthinking this. There must be a simpler solution. I just can't think what it is. Yeah, I can't think of a simpler solution that actually gets the weld done, which is ridiculous, I know, but... Sorry, I realise this is tedious. I can't think of a better solution, I'm afraid. This level is hard. Okay, let's see if any of that works. We still need to push the other one away. A light show from the lasers in the background. So here comes that cube we need. Right, obviously it's not dropping down because of that. Maybe drop it here and then use this mechanism. Okay, cube needs to be delayed slightly, we can do that. Oh, actually, we could use the arrival of the cube to trigger the pushing of the blocks actually, rather than the other way around. That might work out better. So button here, connected to all the pushers. Yeah, this might work. Or it might not, you know, that's always an option. I just like block this off at the end. Why is this still here? Oh, we can't... yeah, we can't have anything adjacent to this, otherwise it doesn't move. That should do it. Yeah, in order for a block attached to a pusher to move, I think it has to not be touching any other blocks. It'd be nice if there's an option in this game to not have the blocks push the player around. I feel like that's unnecessary complexity. Okay, we've now made all the parts. We just need to stick them together, I think. Not sure where LT Bago is today. He would normally be redeeming botany around this time, but if nobody else watching wants botany, that's obviously fine. So we never quite solved how to get these pieces into line. This is not actually going to work, I've just realised. I might try and have it like here and then push it in. Have like conveyors here. So these three pieces need to come onto the middle lanes. Not there. First one there. These two are the easy ones, the first and last ones. Last one. There. The middle one needs to have the thingy dropped on top of it. So I think we can just bring it in here to start with. And we need to arrange for one of the U shapes to drop down on top of it. I think these will all avoid each other. Actually, no, this one will avoid it. Okay, this needs to come like way out here in order to not be in the way. And then it's going to be easier if this is lower down actually, so we'll drop this one down. Again, we want an arrangement here of 15 blocks. 5 and 5. First one just drops down there, that's easy. Second one goes onto the opposite side, and the last one goes in the middle, and that's the hard one because that needs to get there at the right time. It needs to get there when the bottom of the middle is already in place. So this has a 2-block clearance, so the assembled middle section can get through. And then this needs to go in here. No. Here. Let's see how close we are to having a working solution, I guess. Excuse me. This piece is stuck. Please be not stuck. Thank you. Okay, I think this is the first moment where we actually have all the right pieces assembled in the right places. We still need to weld everything together. I think we can accomplish that by putting a bunch of welders here. And then to weld the middle bit, we can put... This is the bit we were having so much trouble with. We can put welders here, I think, to weld the middle bit, because it will be leaving this way. So it won't need to go that way, so it doesn't matter that this is blocking, I think. We can't support these welders from the front or the back. We'll have to support them from above. Like this. But that should be okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to be holding multiple things. I do need both hands to play the game. Apologies to anyone who was hoping for that. Right, is everything welded into one block? Yes, okay. So then I need to... This is the last piece to come in, so this piece can pick up the whole thing and convey it out. Okay, we have produced 1 unit of product. Question is the timing still right for producing the remaining units? It looks like the answer is no, because there seem to be no floor pieces coming through here. We're only getting these bits, which are not the bits we need, so that's not going to work. Why does the floor suddenly stop coming? So far, so good. Oh, that's why. Machine jams. Max says maybe I'm too tired to judge it, but it looks more and more complicated every time you come back to your PC and watch a bit what I'm doing. It is more complicated every time, yes. It's still not working, unfortunately. See if I can figure out why this gets jammed. There should be 4 pieces here, and then that block moves 3 of them. Oh, why does this stay extended? Oh, because this mechanism doesn't work. This puts itself in front of the thing. Okay. Yeah, this mechanism doesn't work is the problem. We need to do something different. Can I just put a pusher here? Does that work? Does that still make... Okay, we still make our first unit. Oh, our top piece never shows up. Why is this thing to get us our extra piece not getting us our extra piece? So there's our first extra piece. There should be another extra piece coming through pretty soon here. Oh, it's still jamming. Okay, this is a problem. Oh, a piece fell off, didn't it? Do we need to save... Oh, we might need that piece. Yeah, that'll be why. This piece. Yeah, I think we actually need that piece. Can I just put it back onto the line here? Okay, that gives us another piece here. Okay, now it arrives too early? Yeah. I get the feeling this machine is fundamentally only capable of producing one one correct product, and then it gets out of sync. What am I doing wrong here? So when we were doing calculations at the start, we had for every 10 blocks that come out. Well, just go back and do the maths from scratch. Yeah, Satisfactory is another factory building game. Given how poorly this game is doing, Mac, in terms of viewers, I probably won't be doing any more factory building games because it just doesn't seem to be something people want to watch. If I ever did do another one, it might be Factorio because that seems to be the most popular factory building game. But Factorio is going to have a fairly major update sometime later this year, so there's no point playing it before then. But yeah, I might as well stick to games that people actually want to watch. Right, so trying to count. So for every for every 6 horizontal blocks we get out, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vertical. It's an awkward ratio, isn't it? Which is why, yeah, I simplified it to 1 to 1. So at the moment, every horizontal block that comes out, a vertical block comes out. And that doesn't really work because we need very slightly more vertical blocks than horizontal blocks. But the issue is actually engineering a 6:7 ratio is really difficult. So what do we do with the excess? That was the problem I was having trouble solving. So we can do this. Now we just have too many of these. But I wonder if... yeah, Satisfactory is more like a game, I guess, for want of a better word. It's 3D, you have weapons, you fight animals, you also build a factory. It's not so much my type of game. I would probably still play it if people were interested, but I don't think people will be interested. Whereas this is something I actually wanted to play, so that's the main reason. Factorio I've played before. but I would like to play it again to see the new update. And the thing is, these days I don't really have time to play video games off stream. The time that I'm using on my streams is really the only time I have available. So if I'm ever going to do another Factorio playthrough, it probably will be on stream, because that's the time I have available to me. Right, so we're now going to be overproducing these. We're producing one for every 4 blocks. So, in the course of producing enough horizontal blocks, which is 6 pieces of 5, so that's 30. Then with the 4, we're going to be producing 7.5. Okay, that ratio doesn't actually work, which is a problem. Yeah, I might have to redo all this. This game I don't think works without perfect ratios of ingredients. I say that even though the tree sap puzzle, I did get that working without perfect ratios. I'm just not sure this puzzle is comparable. Maybe I can. If I make this not activate itself, if I make this activated by the action of a piece arriving underneath it, would that work? This would need to go over the top. The idea would be only to send these down when they're actually needed. So don't send them down yet. Now send them down. And does have the problem that gets stuck in place. That shouldn't matter. The next piece should push it out. Okay. Right, and the problem is that these stay open. Okay, that is a problem. So actually, we need to sense when there's a block. We need to sense when there's a block in a place that I can't reach. When there's a block there, we need to activate these pushers. Like that. That didn't trigger both of them. Like that. Okay. Can we just then make this pass straight through, or is that not going to work out timing-wise? Oh, it's going to be too late. Oh, okay. We actually need to... This button needs to be 1 block further back. I'm going to have to start disassembling my machine so that I can get to where my button needs to go. I suppose that block doesn't actually need to be there. That helps. Helps me to see a bit better. It'd be nice if the player character was only 2 blocks tall instead of 3. That would help with fitting into places. Thanks for woofing at me. Okay, yeah. Any excess? Okay, yeah, so there should no longer be any excess dropping down onto this track, so we don't need this lifter thing to remove the excess. The excess will instead be coming off the end of here. So we can just set up an eviscerator to chop off the top half, because we never want that. It is 1 block too low, so we do still need a lifter, but it can go here. Lifter. Upside down conveyor attached to here. This conveyor is no longer attached to anything. Yeah, so the excess pieces are going to slide off of here and come down. Obviously, yeah, this timing is all going to be wrong now, but that's expected. So 5, 10, 15. We don't actually need these blocks here. I guess we're getting our first extra piece too quickly now. Yes, we are. Okay. Can we just put the delay on this, or is that too easy? That works. The pizzas might not get to in time. Yeah. It's now taking too long for these top pieces to get here if we make it wait for that. So that delay doesn't work. We need the delay where you just send the block on a magical journey instead as our delay. So this, just to make sure that the little cube doesn't get here before we've got all of our pieces in place. And it's just a tiny bit too early, so let's make this longer. Piper, you need to sleep, no problem. As I say, I have started doing my Saturday streams half an hour earlier, so I'm starting at 8 instead of 8:30, which gives you a little bit of extra viewing time, but there's only so much I can do. This is really the earliest I can go. So thank you for dropping by, Piper. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Obviously I will be live tomorrow if you'd like to check that out. And sleep well. Yeah, I don't think there's any chat to say goodnight to, apart from possibly Matcha is still here, but yes. Okay, so yeah, it's sort of a race. The bottom pieces need to get there before the top pieces, otherwise it doesn't work. And it just gets there in time. Okay, so once again we've successfully manufactured one piece. Jan had another over-the-board tournament. Hope it went well. So far, Jan has only confirmed that it went. In what manner did it go, Jan? Did you win any games? So far it only went. Okay. Well, surely you know if you won your games or not. Only 3 out of 5 rounds finished. Okay, I suppose that... Yes, you don't know the final result yet then. The question is, how is the timing on this... yeah, timing is not good. You drew a 2100 in round 1, which was crazy. I agree, Jan, that does sound pretty crazy. I suppose it's a sign you're getting better at the game, perhaps? Yeah, we're going to have a block here that shows up far too early. We actually don't... I think this is going to produce twice as many small blocks as we need. So I think what we might need to do is change this trigger mechanism once again. We shorten this. Actually, shorten it quite a bit. We need this to go back to being triggered by the long pieces being in place, because those are the pieces that take the most time to get here. So once these are in place, we want to trigger a piece to be pushed down, I think, is how we want it to work. So yeah, we can actually probably dispense with this and instead have a pusher here which operates off this same wire. Okay, drew a 2100 third best there in round 1, which is crazy. Lost to an 1830 in round 2 with unnecessary blundering, paired with a 1200 for tomorrow. Well, hopefully that will be an easier game at least. But yes, unnecessary blundering is always frustrating. I haven't really played chess competitively, but I know Scrabble sometimes I've made stupid moves and then just seen afterwards that they were stupid, which I feel like is sort of the same thing. Okay, that's actually coming in too late. So the trigger for that needs to happen a few ticks earlier. So like when it's here. Didn't even play badly, but the pairing scheme is just nuts. So you was on 0.5 for 2. Now you get, yeah. So the way these tournaments work is the pairings are based on your performance. So high-rated players who've been doing badly in the tournament will still get low-rated opponents. Yeah, I can see how that's frustrating sometimes, but at least you should be able to win a game. Hopefully, should be nice. Okay, is this timed correctly? It is. Okay. So now this shouldn't fire, so it shouldn't matter if we get too many of these blocks, because this shouldn't fire. Although the block is going to get in the way. We do need to stop the excess blocks spilling out by doing that. Now that block shouldn't drop down until there are 3 more pieces here. It should weld itself in place, and then the question is the timing of this section still correct? Okay, you beat a 1333 in round 3 today, but that means you get a 1300 rated tomorrow. Yeah, I suppose. Well, I guess there's only so many people in the tournament. Like, there's a rating that the pairing algorithm wants to give you, but there's nobody at that rating who isn't already paired, so it gives you the closest thing, I guess. So it could be a couple of 100 points away. Right, we've successfully made 2 of this product. So, does that mean it's now working on an endless basis? I think it is. Okay, right. We finally got the timing right, I think. It's not even that complicated a machine. Like, we've got a machine making long, thin bits. We've got a machine making U-shapes. And the rest is just timing. The pairing is based... Oh, right. The pairing is based on the fact you're 1.5 out of 3. So, yeah, when you were 0.5 for 2, it dropped you down to a lower rated pairing. But even though you won that one and you're now 1.5 for 3, it hasn't given you a higher rated pairing. Maybe... well, 1.5 out of 3 is mediocre, I guess. You've won half your games, effectively. I guess just everybody else who's high rated has been doing well. So it hasn't got anyone to... Okay, right. It does desync eventually, look, because that timing was off. Let's see if I can figure out what went wrong. So first one is fine. A lot of low-rated players at the tournament because there's a lot of children. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the thing is they've got to gain rating points by playing against older people at some point. Like, you can feel a bit offended when that person is you, but you know it's got to happen somehow. So what actually causes the desync here? We've made 3. Here's the 4th. 4th is okay. Here's the 5th. 5th is okay. Okay, so we've made 5 products. It hasn't jammed yet. Oh, here it is. It's jammed because we got a cube. Oh! Our line of cubes actually gets full. Which is very awkward. What happens is... What's happening is a cube is coming out of here, dropping onto this conveyor, and then there's a cube in the way. Okay, I am just going to make a cube spillway over here. Any excess cubes are just going to get dropped into the void and forgotten about. Hopefully that solves it. You haven't played a child, actually. Okay. Well, maybe you will, maybe you won't. But I think that's the reason why the pairing is working out as it does. And all you can really think, Jan, I think, is, you know, whether they're rated 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever, just play each game your best. And, you know, if you get given an opponent who's lower rating than you think you deserve, just be grateful for the easier game, I guess. I get it's frustrating, but yeah, everyone's in the same boat. The pairing algorithm works the same for everyone. So anyone else who entered with your rating and won the same games as you would have been paired against the same opponent. So it's nothing personal, you know. You have to think of it that way. Okay, here is the cube spillway dropping our excess cubes into oblivion. It's quite a long way down. That should allow us to continue manufacturing correct products, though, which is important. Okay. 3 more to go. 2 more. This is definitely the longest. I've got the fast forward key held down the whole time here. We're on. It's going to be about 800 cycles to make the last one. So it's definitely the slowest level as well. 788. Okay. So that's interesting stats. It looks like we were worse than average on all metrics, which does make me wonder if there's a much simpler solution that I somehow overlooked. I think the reason there's two peaks in this cycle graph is this peak is using the default input rate and this is using the max input rate. What I don't know is how to get it working using the max input rate. But yeah, some people managed to get this with a much, much simpler design, which sort of worries me. I wonder what I missed. Jan says, would be cool if I got 3.5 out of 5, but I don't think that's even enough for the under 1700 prize. My rating is 1699 coincidentally. Okay, so yeah, on paper you're ideally placed for the under 1700 prize, being 1699, but yeah, if there's another under 1700 who goes 4 for 5 or something, then they'll get it, obviously. I suppose the thing is, yeah, if you come in with a lower rating, get paired against easy opponents and win all your games, then you'll get that prize, I guess. I'm just curious. I made a decision right back at the start of this level to put the input rate down. So I do wonder what happens. Like, where does it break with max input rate now? Would be interesting to see. Okay. Pretty much straight away, because it makes the first U that comes out has only got one piece on it. Yeah, okay. I wonder if that's actually fixable by changing this timing. I won't look at this for too long, but just curious. Can we get that second piece there in time? No, we can't. All of this was built when I thought I was going to need to slow it down, and it turns out I don't need to slow it down at all. Actually, yeah, what if I just lasered these two and let that one out? I think I was approaching this wrong all along. Like, this is an easier way to build this section. I just had it in my head I had to laser off the end section, I guess. Yeah, like, just do that. Okay, it's still one tick too slow. That's a shame. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any saving this design to work at max rate. To work at max rate, it would need to, as I say, push this out one tick earlier. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, okay. Also, your tie breaks are atrocious. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we did finally get that level done. As Matcha said, took over 2 hours. Nobody's redeemed drink, but I'm going to because I'm worn out after that. I know, Jan, you are more than welcome to monopolise the chat. There's no one else here except Matcha, so... between you, you can talk about whatever you like, honestly. I'm interested in these tournaments because although I have played in Scrabble tournaments, I haven't got a national rating. I haven't been through this whole rigmarole of having pairing algorithms based on rating and stuff. Like, every tournament I've played in has just been paired purely based on my performance in that tournament. So obviously, if I lose all my games in the tournament, of course I get paired with the bottom ranked players, because I didn't have a rating going in, if that makes sense. So, well, anyway, we finished Docking Clamp, and I will have the blowhigh back because It did get redeemed a second time, so it's only fair that I have 2 Blowhide. Swiss is always pair bonus and performance rather than rating. Yes. Which, well, yeah. As I say, I don't have a national rating in Scrabble, so that was not a thing. But I agree. It makes sense to take rating into account, I think. But what do I know? I am by no means an expert on these things. So yeah, I guess we move on to structural frame. I'm just a bit concerned if the difficulty is ramping up that much, what this is going to involve.
I wonder who that monument was built for. I don't like it, standing there, watching us from above. It only reminds me that the Toads could come at any time. So far we have only been a minor annoyance to them, but how long until they come for us? We need this shipyard so we can leave before that happens.
I mean, they didn't come for us when I was solving that last level, despite me taking 2 hours to do it. So I think we're fine, Nia. I understand your concern. Okay, so we are making this. Okay, so basically a hollow cube. That makes sense. And we are making it... Okay, once again we're making it out of flat sheets. So, if I was to decompose this into components that we can make out of flat sheets. Crazy, this game was made by someone who almost made Minecraft. Yeah, I'm sort of sick of that misinformation being spread repeatedly in my stream. Infiniminer was an inspiration for Minecraft. Minecraft was not a rip-off of Infiniminer. Infiniminer did not have the ability to place blocks. It didn't have a crafting mechanic. Yeah, and you'll keep being wrong, Jan. Infiniminer was the inspiration for one particular game mechanic of Minecraft, which is that you have a 3D world composed of blocks, which obviously was then adapted. Zachtronics adapted the Infiniminer engine to make this game. But you don't get to build a game engine that makes the world out of 3D blocks and then claim a monopoly on every future game that involves a world made out of 3D blocks, because it's such an obvious thing to do. Somebody else would have thought about it at some point. I think I'm already in the Nether, Jan, looking at the scenery. The floor is made of lava. This definitely looks like the Nether to me. But yes, this is not possible in Minecraft. In Minecraft, pistons can only push 15 blocks. This can push, well, the full size of the map. Yes, I suppose I'm almost building an ender portal here, except I've got to build a full cube. Like, if you just took one of these sides and made it slightly taller, that would be ender portal shaped. So I'm thinking of how you're going to make this shape using this slab, and my idea is to decompose it as follows. We have these vertical pieces being 5 blocks tall, so they're just a vertical slice of that. And then we would need to have an additional 8? Yeah, an additional 8 2x2 pieces. Yeah, but when I say slab, I'm not referring to half a block. This game doesn't have half blocks. So I mean, it didn't work out for me very well last time, but if we follow the principle of we want to split this thing into bits, We might as well start with the high input rate and see if we can keep using it. Yeah, these are not actually interactable, these little panels. They're just there for decoration. As soon as I press R to start the simulation, the machine will start outputting its product, and I can't prevent it from doing so other than by stopping the simulation. I know last time we tried to move away from the idea of just having a giant list of all the products, but it didn't work very well, so we might just go back to doing that. So what we would need to do in order to accomplish that would be first of all have 4 complete sticks, if you like, sort of 5 tall and 1 wide, which we would do with lasers like this. Then we would need 8 1x2 pieces, which we could cut all of those out of the same slice by doing something like this. That would get us 3. So we could make 9 and then just get rid of 2 of them. In fact, we could even have lasers here. Yeah, so that would give us 8 small pieces and... oh no, that's 3. Okay, we nearly managed it. We need 8 small pieces and 4 big pieces in order to do the arrangement that I have in mind. Well, I don't know a better term than product, or I guess output. Just the generic term for what we're making here. Yeah, I mean, we could call it structural frame every time, I suppose, but that seems like a bit of a mouthful. We are making a structural frame. We need to have a button here when it hits the end. And then we just need to wire up all of these lasers. Yeah, I don't have a better word for it, Jan. Just a friendly reminder that this is my stream, and I speak the way that I speak, and if you're going to start complaining about words that I use, then that's not going to end very well for any of us. So it's just going to be more pleasant if you don't. We got the wrong... oh, yeah, we have... being distracted by chat. Okay, I think I'll just stop reading chat. There's nothing productive is being said. Keeps distracting me from what I'm actually trying to do, which is build this. Right, 4 big things and 8 small things. There we go. Now all these wires are in the wrong places. Okay. Then we need a button on the end. And a wire there. Okay. Then, yeah, we need to actually remove each of these items from here. We should be able to place conveyors in order to remove these blocks. Yeah, this needs to be triggered at the top. These blocks are going to have to fall down to be removed. Obviously that can't happen if the laser would keep re-triggering as the blocks fell down, so the trigger needs to be up here. Like that. And... product is the best thing since non-brewed condiment. Okay, if you say so. Yeah, so the sheet of material comes out and is immediately zapped into the shapes we want. But that's the easy part. The hard part is then arranging those shapes into this. Let me think about how the welding is going to work. I'm just going to imagine that this is where we're assembling it. I'm just going to put the welders in where they would be. So we could weld this easily enough. We could probably also, because we'd be outputting it one way, so we could weld the back and then this side. And we could repeat that pattern for the top. The tricky bit would be welding this. If we were to continue this and weld on this side, then how do you get it out? I am wondering, could we drop it down maybe? Jan says, I've got to go to sleep now for over the board tomorrow. See ya. No problem, Jan. See you again soon. Thanks for dropping by. I'm gonna go for my usual 4 hours. I know nobody's watching, but I'm gonna finish this game somehow. And if it takes me more streams to finish it because my streams are shorter, that's not really helping, is it? So I am wondering, do we weld this in place, then have like a trapdoor we open to drop it down? The level almost seems set up as if it wants you to do that. Okay, so how would that work? Matcha says, should I redeem a flower? I thought you'd already redeemed a flower today, Matcha. You did? Yes, you redeemed a flower at the start of the stream. Yeah, I don't think it'll let you redeem another one. Oh, botany book. Yes, well, feel free to suggest a wildflower of your choice. Or if you're not sure, you can give me a random page number, and I will use that page of the book. I think the redeem itself tells you what range of page numbers is available. I'm just thinking, yeah, if we build it, like if we built it here and then we could drop it down, would that be a thing that we could do? Maybe actually further this way, because it'll take longer to get these pieces into place than these pieces. Yes, assuming you have a spare 1,000 channel points match, which you probably do. So yeah, we would build it here. Is there actually? Okay. Then there's not actually space to drop it through. We would need to build it higher than that. So here. Then we could place welders on every side. Actually wouldn't need one there. We can get away with just 2 welders on these sides. And that would do the bottom. It might even do the top. If we could arrange for it to fall through and then have this weld the top as it came down, that would be very nice, but might not work, I don't know. Okay, so how would that work? I think we'll have to lift everything up. So the first thing we'll need is a bunch of lifters. Let's deal with this side first. We wouldn't have to lift these very far. Just far enough that they could come in here. And then we should just be able to send one of these to each corner. Let's send this one to this corner. That is not a corner. This corner. One of them to this corner. I'll get one of these right one day. Move them to this corner. One of them here. And the final one this way. It's going to actually be shorter. That. Okay. Should give us the four. Yeah. Don't forget to not let the lasers fire again on things we've already. Don't destroy the blocks that are coming across the conveyors. We can solve that by doing this. We might need to screen off this entire area as well. Just to make sure no lasers get through. We can come back and change that in a moment if we need to. But yeah, these pieces need to be able to get round without being lasered. So yeah, those are the corners. And yeah, I don't. Do we want to try and do all of it? We could. Yeah, maybe. I'll change my mind about the trying to do everything at once because it seems a bit too difficult. We'll do this. So we'll weld everything except two of the small pieces, the two that are on this side. Everything else at once. So then we have this platform here that we're going to drop the pieces onto. then we need to arrange for the middle pieces to come in. I've just realised the middle pieces are 3 wide, not 2 wide. So this is not quite correct. We can fix that easily enough though. Okay. Right, okay, now we're doing 3s, which is what we intended to do all along. That's not going to hit anything at the moment. We still need the button, and we still need to not create the 9th piece because we don't need it. Button needs to go here. This I need to put the conveyors in. Is that actually going to be high enough to get the top pieces in? It isn't, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Top piece needs to be at this level. Okay. I think this is higher than the conveyors will. I think this is higher than the lifters will lift to. Excuse me. Machine is not. Oh, I didn't redo the back. That's why. Machine, please fire all the lasers, not just one. Why are you only firing one laser? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, that does work. Right, yeah, we need it. It needs to come to this level, at least, in order to be able to get it into position. So I just repeat this pattern now for all of these. And I need to send 4 to the bottom and 4 to the top. So we can say that these ones are going to be one side, and then one of these and the other 2 from here. I think this is going to cause problems being on top of the welders like this. I'm going to make an extra space here. Like that. I'm also going to send this one in from the back. Okay. So let's do bottom ones first. Can I actually separate these? Can I keep these apart while they're in this machine or not? I maybe could if I have a lifter here. What does that do? It's going to lift them up. Oh, no, I can't because the laser will zap them. I'm just thinking it'd be nice if I could keep these pieces apart from each other and not have to stick them back together. Stick them at the moment. They're both going onto the same conveyor, and then I have to re-separate them in order to send them to different places. That's all. It's going to make the machine a lot bigger, having to separate these back out again. But I guess there's no easy way to avoid that. What I might actually do, this will make the machine slower, but I don't care, is just do 2 per section of this. Then I can. Actually, I want these lasers in the middle. Let's see, what's the correct height for this? No, I do have to do, yeah, okay, so we just... If I take the entire middle out and just have a bottom and top piece, I can actually keep them separate, and that will make it easier to build the rest of the machine. The downside is I need 1 extra section on here, but that's okay. That will still give me 8 pieces then. So we're keeping this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece. Yeah, we had that one yesterday, Matcha. If you are going to request a plant, obviously it needs to be one we haven't had within the last few days, because that would be silly. Right, and then we want the button. Button can be here. Then what we need to do is not have a middle section at all here, and just trigger these lasers. Yeah, okay. We actually need to use eviscerators. Apologies for the noise that this is about to cause, but we need from this point forward we actually need to eviscerate the middle section, I think, so that we can have construction in that area that we can use. So we actually don't need most of these lasers. Sorry once again for depriving us of lasers, because lasers are obviously awesome. We only need these top and bottom lasers, I think, to break things up. Oh no, we still need lifters because it's coming out too low. Still need lifters. Oh, but we can keep. Yeah, we can have. What we can do now is have conveyors in here. I'm gonna have to get rid of this lifter stuff for the moment because it's just a bit awkward. We're also going to need to get rid of this giant wall. Fortunately, I think we can replace it with just walls in front of these lasers. Yeah, and then my idea is that we can have a conveyor here to pick up the top pieces, and that way we keep all 8 pieces separate, which is going to make it much easier to build the rest of the factory. Sure this is working, I think it does. Yeah, okay. And then we need a button here connected to these lasers. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we now have 8 3x3 blocks coming out independently. We would like to drop 2 of them on each side, basically. So it's probably worth assigning one of these to a side of this area. Since we're not actually going to be doing the droppy through thing, there's actually no reason to assemble it up here. So I'm going to assemble it on the ground instead. I think that will involve... We will still need to use some lifters, but not as many lifters, which will help. Let's build it with plenty of space around it in case we need space for something. So let's aim to assemble it here. Put the welders back in. Again, we're not going to be able to weld the front at the same time, but we'll be able to do everything else. That. And I suppose for reference we need to see where the other bits are going to be. Which is going to be here and here. And as long as we drop the vertical pieces in first, I think, yeah, then when we drop in the top pieces, they will automatically weld, so we don't need supports for them. We will need support for this ring of welders that we're creating. I'll figure that out in just a moment. Okay. We will still need to bring in the pieces for the bottom. If we support it like this, we can bring the pieces in. That will be okay. Yeah, this will do everything apart from the two pieces at the front, which we'll have to figure out something else for. But that's a start. Okay, yeah, those drop into the same place. So we're assigning each of these to one side of the machine. This we should assign to this side. We are actually going to have to rotate these pieces. In order to get them... we don't actually have to bring this all the way out here, do we? Here should be fine. So rotate that piece, push that piece in there. This other piece round. Oh, we can't cross these. Yeah, we can't cross these. That doesn't work. Okay, in that case, change of plan. Push this one in the top. And bring the other one down and put it in the bottom. Ah, Matcha Catcher has redeemed Read from Botany Book.
Catcher just redeemed Read from Botany Book for 1,000.718.
And we'll find out what's on page 718 in just a moment. Let me just finish wiring this side so I don't forget what I'm doing. So I need to drop that down there. Bring it this way. Rotate it when it's directly below where we rotated the other one, which is here. And actually, just be on this level. Oh, are you trying to make it so I don't know which page of the book it's on? Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. Annoying the streamer is a tradition on Twitch. Long-standing tradition. So just gonna check this side works. Look at that piece works. What happened to the other piece? need a conveyor there in order to convince it to move. Okay, and it gets there slightly too low, too soon, and welds itself to the wrong part of the thing. Let's make it wiggle around for a bit. That did not make it wiggle around for a bit. Like that. Wiggle, wiggle. Okay. Okay, yeah, so now that drops down in line with the top of this, which means it welds in line with the top of that. So we've almost completed one side. This now welds in the wrong place. Oh, this is just taking too long to get here, that's why. We can speed it up by not lifting it, maybe. This one doesn't actually need to lift, because we don't have to get anything under it. We still need not to have lasers coming out. Yeah, we can speed this up like this. Nothing needs to go round that way. I don't think, anyway. Not quite. Okay, is that fast enough? It just needs to get there before the other piece gets there. Otherwise, okay, yeah, now it welds itself to the middle, which is no good. So we need to delay that piece slightly longer. Okay, we just need to make this delay thing bigger. There we go. Hang on, that broke it more. Oh, this piece is too slow. Yeah, we can't lower this piece because it actually needs to come over this line, which can't be lowered because it needs to be above this welder. Fascinating. Let's try increasing this delay even further, shall we? There we go. Okay, we have managed to assemble one side of the cube, namely that side. Okay, let's just park things there for one moment, since Matcha has redeemed read from Botany book. First of all, I need to find out what's on page 718. Which is at the end of volume 1. Okay. So, this is quite an interesting plant. We have false oxlip, which a bit of explaining, I guess. So there is a plant called oxlip, which is a bit like a primrose. However, there is a plant that looks very much like it. Which is a hybrid between primrose and cowslip. And it looks like an oxlip, and it isn't, and it's called false oxlip. And the silly thing is, false oxlip is much, much more common than the real oxlip. Real oxlip is actually really rare. So if you think you've seen an oxlip, you probably haven't. You've seen a false oxlip. Matcha says today is a very lurker Saturday. Today is just a not very much viewers at all Saturday. I think Infinifactory is just not that popular with my viewers, which is understandable. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Hopefully tomorrow gets a little more attention since it was a viewer request. So, like, there should be, at minimum, one person should be interested in tomorrow's game because they requested it. So hopefully Dustin can drop by. I am just going to get up. I'll get up a picture of false oxlip and the real one, just so I can show you that they look similar. Actually, I'll also need to get up Primrose and Cowslip, I suppose. This will be actually quite an interesting botany lesson, so Matcha, I hope you're taking notes. So, we're going to start with Primrose. Let me get that set up. There and there. This is what a Primrose looks like. And this is what a Cowslip looks like. Now, these two plants are quite closely related. You can sort of see, although the leaves, for example, are very different, the shape of the flower is similar. And yeah, genetically they're quite similar, and they are capable of hybridizing, which is where one of them reproduces with another one of the other type. And that results in false oxlip, which has characteristics midway between the two plants, I guess, is the best way of putting it. So if I get up the picture of false oxlip, this is what happens when the two plants interbreed. You can kind of see how that works. So the flowers themselves look a little bit like mini primrose flowers, but the arrangement of them is more like a cowslip. They're more sort of they're small and they're in clumps at the end of long stalks, whereas primroses kind of aren't. So this plus this equals this. And it's called false oxlip because it's often confused with another plant, which is in the same family but is not a hybrid, which is, I guess, the true oxlip, which, as I say, is very rare, and which looks like this. So, false oxlip on the left, oxlip on the right. Again, it has the same sort of, it has primrose-like leaves, long stalks with clusters of flowers. However, the flowers don't look quite so much like primrose flowers as they do on the false oxlip. So, yeah. The entry in the book that Matcha has picked is this, the false oxlip. But I thought it would be good to have the others there for context. So I shall read the entry. Although the parents of this hybrid have different ecological requirements, they are often found in close proximity. Naturally occurring hybrids, including back crosses, may be found at ecotones such as woodland rides, clearings and edges, in scrub, hedgerows and on roadside verges. In Western Britain, where primroses are more frequently found in the open, the hybrid is often found in meadows. and coastal grassland. And in Ireland, it's particularly frequent in County Clare. Garden primroses may sometimes act as the pollen parent, and plants cultivated as the garden polyanthus, so garden primroses, also have this parentage and are increasingly planted in the wild or found as casuals in urban habitats. So it is a spontaneous hybrid, so it does just form naturally. It is a cross of two native plants. So it occurs as a native, but there are also garden plants that have the same genetics, and so they are non-natives of this hybrid. The distribution is now much better known than when it was first mapped, although increasingly botanists have recorded it without attempting to differentiate between spontaneous hybrids and garden cultivars. To add to the confusion, there has been increased sowing of both parents, and in some cases hybrid cultivars, resulting in hybridation with native populations, although many of the records mapped will be of hybrids between native populations of the parent species, especially when found in marginal semi-natural habitats. It has become impossible to separate native and alien distributions. And so everything is recorded together. We don't make any attempt to map the native ones separately. Basically, if you come across one of these on a roadside verge, maybe it arose naturally from a wild primrose and a wild cowslip, or maybe somebody planted some primroses and then it arose from them, and it can be really difficult to tell, especially if you can't find the parents. The hybrid has frequently been mistaken for oxlip in the past, hence the vernacular name false oxlip. So plants hybridize much more readily than animals. You don't get animals from different families crossing to produce fertile offspring. You get, like horse crossed with donkey to make a mule, but you don't get. There is a limit to the crossing, whereas with plants, things are a lot more flexible in terms of what can happen. I will show you the distribution map for false oxlip. This is something that I've recorded in Somerset. It doesn't really grow in specific areas, as the hybrid doesn't really grow in specific areas. So it's really just where do you find primroses and cowslips so that this can happen. And the answer, due to artificial planting, is often pretty much everywhere nowadays. So here is the distribution map, and you can see that there are some concentrations in urban areas, like these records in Manchester, for example, are probably garden varieties or planted wild varieties. But in general, it is all over, and it will happen anywhere that you get both primroses and cowslip. I can show you the distribution of primrose is basically the entire country, apart from sort of a few areas in the east. Most of the areas here where it looks like primrose is missing is due to lack of recording. Cowslip is a bit less common, but still widespread. It's one of these things that likes to grow on chalk, so you see the chalk ridges here show up in the distribution. Doesn't like Devon for some reason, no idea why, but is perfectly happy at home in Somerset where I live, as well as much of the rest of the country. So anywhere that's filled in on both of those maps is somewhere where the wild hybrid could occur, but even outside of where those maps are filled in, somebody could have planted them. Just for reference, the true oxlip is a much rarer plant. It does not occur at all in Somerset, which is helpful because obviously if I see one of these I know immediately it's false oxlip. The true oxlip only grows in the wild in one particular area of the east, as you can see highlighted here, sort of east of Cambridge. And there's just a couple of records elsewhere, which are probably introductions. But yeah, no records whatsoever in Somerset, which it makes things easier for me. Hello, Blushing Sunshine. You were just in time to catch the tail end of our botany redemption. I'll show you the pictures again in just a moment so you can see what we're up to, but we are talking about oxlips and false oxlips and primroses and cowslips. Matcha Catcher picked a random page from the botany book, and it turned out to actually be quite an interesting page. To summarise, did I close those other images? No, I didn't. Okay. So the plant on the left is a wild primrose, and the plant on the right is a wild cowslip. And they can hybridize, so they can crossbreed with each other. And when that happens, you get a plant called a false oxlip, which does sort of look like a cross between the two plants because it has sort of characteristics that are halfway between both. The flowers look a little bit like small primrose flowers, but they are clustered on long stalks like cowslip would be. However, the twist to this is that the reason it's called false oxlip is this happens to look like another native plant, which is called oxlip, which is this one. So this is oxlip, which is not a hybrid, it's just a species, and then this is the hybrid false oxlip that gets confused with it. This one is really, really rare. Whoops, I did not mean to. Stupid Windows thinking I want to close the window because I shook it. This one is really rare. It's only found in one small part of the country. And this one is basically it appears any time the other two plants appear, but it's also planted deliberately, and there's garden varieties of it and so on. So this is much more common, despite being called the false variety. So yeah, that's the page that Matcha told us about. Primroses are actually flowering right now. Cowslips, I haven't seen one in flower, but they will be flowering soon if not. But false oxlips tend to flower with the primroses. So these will be flowering now. I haven't seen one yet this year. They're not that common. I think I've only recorded 2. Let's say these are all the places in Somerset where they've been recorded, and some of these blobs are me and some of them are not. This blob is me, and this blob is me. Most of the others were various other botanists. So you see, it's just there's no real pattern to the distribution. It's just sort of scattered everywhere. So yeah, I hope you found that interesting, Blushing Sunshine. Before we were doing botany, we were playing another round of Infinifactory, the rather difficult factory building game that I'm currently tackling on Saturdays. And we did, I mean, we've got through 3 levels today, so it's not that we've done badly, it's just that these levels took about half an hour, and then this one took over 2 hours, and this one is also proving to be quite hard. And even once we've solved this one, we've got 3 more to go in this world, and then we've got another whole world afterwards, so clearly the levels do get very difficult. And I mean, maybe I just give up streaming it, I don't know, but yeah. We're making progress, it's just slow progress. Blushing Sunshine says, sometimes I get confused because you'll say places that are also places near me, but then I'm like, the OG Somerset. Yes! Yes, I am talking about Somerset in the southwest of England, which is where I live. But yes, pretty much every place name in the UK has been borrowed at some point in the United States or Canada or Australia or somewhere like that. So yeah, probably a lot, maybe not the tiny little villages, but certainly most of the major place names that I mention, you'll think, I know that, it's in this place. Yes, apologies for the confusion. Here's a machine that we've been building for about an hour, and that doesn't work yet. So this is what we've been spending most of the stream on. But yes, I've managed to build 3 working machines today, and maybe we can get a 4th one done before the end of the stream. There's not much time left. We need to assemble this, which is like a hollow cube. And so far we've managed to build one side of the cube, and we've also dropped this pillar in to build the other side. There should be a pillar here as well. What's happened to that one? What's happened is I detached this, so it's not working. There we go. Where is my 4th pillar? It should be coming out of here. Why is it not? So apologies for the noise that those eviscerators make. It's just not moving, apparently. Curious. Am I not? Oh, why is there an eviscerator missing? Okay, I'm not sure how that happened. Okay, right, yes, 4 pillars. So the next step is to drop the back pieces in. We don't have to rotate these, so that's slightly easier than the previous pieces. We can bring in... oh, hang on. Sorry, I just realised I've got the wrong... there we go, that's better. Got the wrong scene showing. There we go. We can bring this down and just insert it here, I think. Not quite. Is that piece going to get in the way? I don't think it's going to get in the way. Matcha says if it's not hard, people would finish in 2 hours. This is definitely, this is not a 2-hour game. This is not even, maybe a 200-hour game. I don't know if anyone's ever speedrun it. You could speedrun it in 2 hours, maybe, if you memorised all the solutions. But good luck. Good luck with that. This piece needs to drop in the top of here. And I can probably just drop it through this gap. Actually I can't because this is too tall. So I'll need to drop it down. Down there. Except we're already using down there for that piece, so that doesn't work. Can we move this one back? And then drop it here. Yeah, these levels are sort of turning into mazes almost. It's very easy as the player to get stuck inside your own factory. Oop. Yeah, so drop that down there. Oops. That should fall into place here. Yeah, okay. So the only problem now is it's coming through slightly too fast. Actually, no, that's not the only problem. We've also intercepted one of the other pieces. Yeah, well, this is one of the hardest levels in the game, Blushing Sunshine. It started off a lot easier than this, and now we've reached the hard part. I've just realised that that's in the way of that. That's not going to work. We need to bring this forward. Yeah, the first few levels were much easier. It's okay. My brain isn't organised to comprehend either. Oh, you watched me do another level. Okay. Yeah, if you were here last week on the Saturday, you might have seen this game previously. So that's better. The only issue is this piece is getting here too quickly. So we have to slow it down. Which we can do by wiggling it around a bit. But yeah, this game is not for everyone. This is my least popular slot at the moment. It used to be more popular back when I did Scrabble, but for various reasons I'm not doing Scrabble anymore. So yeah, it's the slot when I do games I want to play, which includes very hard puzzle games about building factories, for better or for worse. Okay, so that is... it just got there one tick too early. See, this is supposed to be a square here, and it's not a square because this piece is not attached properly. But I can solve it. All I have to do is make this piece take longer to get here. And the way I make it take longer to get here is by wiggling it around on here. So I just change this to look like this, and now when this piece comes through, it's going to start wiggling. And it's slower if it wiggles. That's the idea. There, okay, we've built half of our solution. We have two hollow squares joined at the corner, which is halfway to this, which is a cube, which is joined on all four sides. The game has been beaten in under 2 hours, but requires you to know what to do in every level. Yeah, Emma does not know what to do in every level. So yeah, next stage is to build this side of the cube using these two pieces. This is slightly more tricky because we have to rotate the pieces first. So we can bring them down and then rotate here and then there. I think that works. And then the top piece we can do the same thing more or less. Rotate. Then we need to drop down and bring it in here. Okay. Let's see how that works out. I mean, they definitely rotated. Are they going to get there? Yeah, they got there too early though. So we need to slow those down a bit. I can actually speed this up, I think, which I might need to do. I think we just make them wiggle again. Let's just put some appropriate emotes in chat here, because this is literally what we're doing to these blocks. There is only one person who submitted a speedrun for this game. Okay, with a time of 1 hour 29 minutes 7 seconds. Wow, that is actually really fast. Even memorising what to do, I think that's still really fast. Okay, so I really just need to copy this layout from the other side in order to achieve the wiggle. They've done a run in every category. Okay, so that's the category for the full game run, I assume. I guess there might be categories for just doing the first world or something like that, or the first campaign, which is the easy one. So I guess that might be more popular. Okay, I have applied wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Let's see if that slows it down enough. Yes, just barely slowed it down. It comes down the exact same time as this piece. We now have a cube on 3 sides. We have that side, that side, that side. We are just missing the 4th side, which is more of a problem. The reason it's more of a problem is if we just put the 4th side here, you need to use these welder things, which is things with the beams coming out of them. You need to use those to stick the parts together. If I were to put welders here to stick this side of the cube on, I wouldn't be able to remove the cube afterwards because the welders would be in the way. So I think what I need to do is remove the cube with only 3 sides complete and then somehow apply the 4th side somewhere else. Let me first check if I can even remove this thing. No, because I put that conveyor in the wrong place. Okay, there we are. So we are moving our shape out. This is what we have made so far. And if we can somehow arrange to move it where we can put this piece on, then that would be nice. So if we move it to here, and then send it this way. Actually no, leave it here. We might be able to move it this way and then arrange to drop welders down, because then we only have to move it this way and we can get to the end. So now we could have welders here to do the final side. So here and here, and then also the top bit here. And here. This will weld the final side of the cube. If we can just arrange for the final side to be over there. The final side is going to be these 2 bits of the input. It's kind of hard to see now I've built all this stuff, but the input to this level is just this giant slab of material. So you have to take that slab and somehow make it into a cube by cutting bits out and sticking them together. Now then, let's see. We don't need to rotate these pieces, which is good news. We just need to actually get them over there. Preferably without crashing into any of this stuff. So this is going to be the bottom piece. So this, I think this needs to come all the way around the back here in order for that to work. Come around the back and then go in through here. And the top piece needs to drop down there. So we bring this. This can actually come right over the top of this, which makes it a bit easier. Over there. Around here. Actually, just literally just drop it into place there, I think. Okay, let's see how that works out. Is this going to be too fast or too slow? What's going to get there first? Timing's looking pretty good. Okay, and then this piece slots in there. Yes! We've made a full cube! We've done it. We have to get it into this thing now. Oops. Without falling to our death either, ideally. So, yeah, when this drops down, we need to arrange for it to convey the cube out. This way. And then it's going to be slightly too far this way, so we also just need to shove it this way when we're done. That. So the whole thing is going to come across here and here. Yeah, so we just barely have room to squeeze it through here. Okay, let's find out if this whole thing works. It's not enough for it to just work once. You have to build a machine that's capable of running continuously, so it has to produce 10 copies of the cube. So while that is all assembling, the next cube is already being manufactured over here. Okay, our cube is coming out and it has been accepted. Need to make sure they keep coming. Yep. Okay, looks like we actually managed to do something. I'll speed this up so it can make the remaining cubes. Okay, well, on one hand our solution was quite fast, on the other hand it was absolutely terrible. In terms of how many blocks we used. We used 4 times as many blocks as average. So either there's a very easy, obvious way to do this that I missed, or just everybody who played this far into the game is extremely intelligent and much better at it than me. I'll let you decide which of those is the case. But yeah, we used a lot of blocks to do this. But it works. It works. We made a cube, and we did it on max input rate as well. So the reason we got a fast solution is we didn't have to set the input rate back to 0. We were able to leave it on max. I am going to leave that there for today because we have now done 4 hours of this stream. We've basically done half. I mean, this first level was easy, was just an introduction to the laser block. So we've done half of this world. Hopefully these puzzles are easy enough that we can complete them in another stream. So we've probably got one more stream to do this other half of this world. Then we've got this world, which is going to be at least 2 streams. So yeah, we might be on this game for a while, even though I don't think many people want to watch it. So sorry about that. But yeah, I'm going to end things there. So thank you all for watching. Thank you, Matcha Catcher, for keeping me company and doing the Botany Redeem. I will look for somebody to raid now. Let's see who is on. Who's not? Try and find somebody we haven't raided too recently. Got a few options. Pastel Kofi is on. I don't think we've ever raided them, but I think they follow me. I think they've stopped by a couple of times. They're playing Minecraft. I don't really want to raid a Minecraft stream. Tilly is on. We could raid Tilly. He is playing Call of Dragons. Not sure what that is. It's a thing. Yeah, I like to spread the raids around, so let's do that. Verdsky, hello, welcome in. Yes, I'm afraid it is past midnight my time. I'm doing 8 till midnight my time on Saturdays at the moment, so we are just wrapping up. Thank you for dropping by. I don't think Saturday's game would be that interesting to you at the moment anyway. It's Infinifactory, which is a 3D block-based puzzle game about building factories. And the first few worlds were okay, but it is getting very difficult now. It's taking me 2 hours to solve each level. So thank you for dropping by anyway. I'm hoping to raid you soon, Verdsky, on one of your Sunday crossword streams maybe. But yeah, this is just a little bit too late for me to keep going, especially with this game. If it was something like Scrabble, I have done 5-6 hour streams, but this game just breaks my brain, and 4 hours of it is enough. So yeah, we're going to raid out. There's nobody really streaming something like this that I follow. So probably, as I say, raiding Tilly as a change. So let's get that raid going. There we go. So Tilly does a lot of Just Dance and games like that, but right now she's playing something else. But well, as always, if you like what you see, give a follow. I will be back tomorrow with the first instalment of Cosmic Express, starting at the same time, 8 PM UK, 3 PM Eastern. Cosmic Express is a puzzle game by the same people who made Monsters Expedition, so it ought to be good. I definitely enjoyed that game and thought it had a lot of good puzzle design. I will also be back next Friday with another Chill Dwarf Romantic stream, and same time, same place next week here with the next instalment of Infinifactory, where we will be tackling the last 3 puzzles in this world, hopefully. Thank you once again, everyone. If you'd like to spam a raid message in chat when we go, here is one you can use if you're subscribed, and if you're not subscribed, just type emotes of your choice with Gertrude Raid. Catch you again soon. Bye for now.